because our class have the daily 100. That's why the school asks, this school is online, yes, to save for your from COVID-19. Okay, I would like to say a bit with the name of the course, the World Economic Geography. You may confuse a bit with the course, right? It's about the World Economic Geography. So, what would we discuss in this course? The course is the World Economy. So it's been like we discuss about the global economy, right? But we have discussed a bit with geography. So you already learned geography from high school. That you may know something about geography, but what is the relationship between the global economy and geography? Yes, that you if you look on some strategies of some or many global firms, yeah, that you may see the relationship between the world, the global economy, and the geography. Yes, for example, like Nestle or Starbucks coffee and many others. But Starbucks coffee, we will discuss this global economy during the course, that you can see more about how the global firms, yeah, apply the geography in their business. That you can see. It's not mean that because I'm an economic geographer, so I focus and I say that geography is important, but through some examples, yeah, of the global firms, you may see that, yeah, geography is important. And the global firm who work with global community chain, they mostly, yeah, understand well about the geography and apply well for their business, as well as they look for the exactly partners, yeah, around the world for their community chain. That hopefully that yeah hopefully that this course will support you some important information that you may apply for that support for your idea, information, and knowledge, as well as hopefully that you can apply for your future job or work. Yes. So on the internet or from other universities, you may find some other names like geography of the world economy, or the globalizations of the economic geography. That the name is a bit different, but the discussion is near the same, especially globalized geography of economic geography. That they also discuss about the global economy with geography, and political economy. Yes, political economy, that it's not the same with this course, but it's have close relationship, that you see many global issues. Yeah? We can see is like related to politics, but between the lines, yeah, or behind. That is the economic issue. So to understand about the global issue, yeah, we may think more the relationship between economy and politics. Yes, that's a bit complex relationship, yeah, amongst countries. in COBOL. Okay, so that's why this course, yeah, the code of this course is about PE11. That you may say that political economy is a close relationship to the global economy. And yes, as well, sometime yes. Okay, in chapter number 1, I will show you more about the differentiation between the course, like the phrase with the word econ. The word economic geography. In chapter number 1, after some concepts discussion, yes, you may see the differentiation between the word economy and the word economic geography. What is the difference of the study stream? Yes, and about the textbook of this course. Okay, I forgot to upload you the textbooks in PDF file on your Blackboard. So maybe today I will upload to you. Or you can, if you want to have the hard copy, you can go to Unimark because Unimark already have the textbook. The textbook, I select some important chapters from these 2 books. Yeah, on the slide you can see 2 books. I think I made change. Okay, because those your course is about the world economic geography. So the second books, it seems like focus more in detail of your course. However, yes, the first book, like economic geography, is contain more information. With you is the basic, yes, that tell us about more about the global economy. And the second book is focus in details of the important aspects of the global economy in geography. Yes. Okay. So these 2 books have many chapters that we have no time enough to finish on books. Therefore, I selected some important chapter and combined into one. So it is available in your Unimark, so you can go to ask for the hard copy. And I suggest you the third book. It's not required in this course. However, if you are interested, you can read, and this book provide you very useful information that you can understand more about the global economy in geography. Because this book, you see, the name of the book is the Human Geography. That we can see in general, yeah, based on geography, how people live, yeah, and earn money. And the first and the second books will help us to understand more about that. The third book is available in your library center. If you're interested, you can come to the library center and ask for reading. Maybe you cannot borrow because it only have one book that you just ask for reading. Yes. And now I would like to introduce you about the general information, yes, of this course that we will discuss in the whole chapters. So the course will provide you the various dimensions of the world economy, of the world economic geography, yeah, in the age of globalization. And in the world, the trend of global trade is increasingly vital. World economic geography is an imperative for all who wish to know what is happening to their global economy. And the courses also give you the very basic concepts and terms in studying the world economic geography. Based on the economic geography, yes, the course will explain about the varied ways of people earning, the patterns of human activity to produce, the distribute and consumed goods and services, and the geographic framework of the global trade and business. So the first is the course provide you the various dimensions of the world economic geography in the age of globalization. That we will discuss the relationship between the global economy and geography in various dimensions to see how geography support for economic activity of each nation as well as their cooperation amongst nations. That we can see clearer in the age of globalization. Yes, so sometimes people say global economy is a globalized economy because in the contemporary economy, yes, globalized means now many countries work together, involve more in global economy. Very seldom country do not link to the global economy. It seems like no country, but it depends on how it depends on more or less they involved. For example, like North Korea, you may know that North Korea has many restrict policy to cooperate with other countries. However, they also have some, at least they export and import the products and material. That they have some involvement, but not much. Yes. Okay. So that's why the global economy now we can say like globalized economy. And the second is in the world, the trend of global trade is increasingly vital. World economic geography is an imperative for all who wish to know what's happening to their global economy. That the global trade is always was important in the past, but in contemporary economy it's become more important. We can see clearer because you see when countries around the world have more cooperation together, they will share they share more material, they share technology, that they transfer material, technology and products, that we can see why global trade is increasingly vital and important. And the course will give the basic concepts and terms that the geography that you learn from your high school, I think it's many information. However, the geography that we discuss in this course is something different. Yeah, it's not so different, but it seems like they links many aspects together that we can understand the geography in another way. Yes. Okay. And especially with economic geography. So that's why in chapter number 1, I would like to introduce you some basic geographical concepts, just linked to this course only. Yes, we don't discuss much on concepts, but we just focus about the concepts related to the global economy. And then firstly, hopefully that the course will have to have you to understand about based on geography, yeah, how the people live and earn income in different way. So different way because geography is not the same in every location. So you may know well about that. Yeah? Uh, like some area very warm climate and other very cold climate, that can see uh, the varied way that the people earning and with different resources as well. The patterns of human activity to produce. Yeah, the pattern is this also related to geography. Yes, and different geography have different patterns. So what is the patterns? So patterns in economy we can see is like uh, the dominant activity, yes, that happened and expand in a location. That in one location, yes, there are many economic activity, but the the activity that is dominant. So this is a pattern. Yes, for example, like we can see in the different situation between rural and urban area. So most yeah of rural area we see the dominant activities are agriculture, and most of urban area we can see is more commerce and industry. Yeah, but some city they focus more with commerce. Some other city is with industry. Yeah, that's the patterns. And even in rural area, it's not only agriculture activities happened in rural area, right? We can see there's some other activities like tourism activities, some industrial processing industry, but agriculture is a dominant. So that is the patterns in of the location. And even in our agriculture, we can see the sub patterns as well. Yeah, for example, like in different rural area, they have different patterns. Like in in Bình Thuận province, yeah, the pattern is blue dragon fruit. In Ninh Thuận province, I don't know, maybe it changed something, but we can see when we talk about Ninh Thuận province, yes, so people know well about crab fruit, yes, and garlic as well, the aloe vera, yes, that is the patterns. And when we talk about the Mekong Delta, yeah, so many people think about the paddy field. So that is the patterns of paddy field or tropical fruit. Yes. So that is the patterns in different location mean different geography that you can see with different geography. Yes, people has varied way. Yeah, varied ways of people earning, and because of that differentiation, the distribute and consume goods and services happen. Yes, that is also depend on the geography. So the third part, we can see if people, yeah, if people in one location, if they understand well about their location, I mean their geography, they may have good distribution for their activity as well that they share as well that the services. Yes. Yeah. For example, like Vietnam, we have Vietnam has the coastal area. Yes. So you can see with coastal area, Vietnam can develop many economic activity. But if Vietnam understands well about this geography, that Vietnam may have exactly or good strategy to design so what place should be should develop what economic activity. Yes, to use the natural resources in proper ways and improve the national economy. But if we don't understand well about geography, so we may choose okay improper yes, economic activities so that we can use well the resources, the geographical resources. Yes, and the geographic frameworks of the world trade and business. Yes, that link to global trade. The courses also emphasize on the geographic changes in the world economy. Uh, we will examine the geographic organizations of economic activity around the world at different geographical scale, as well as the relationship between geographic condition and economic development in different states. The courses also require you the critical thinking. Okay, we will discuss this later. Um, so we discussed about the geographic changes in the world economy. So, what is the geographic changes? Okay, so we can see that some geographical characteristic have changing, like like the climate change, or some other factors inside the location has changing. Yes, the geography we discussed in this course has is not only mentioned about the physical, like the temperature, the river, or the rain, or mountains. So those are the physical aspects. But geography we mentions in this course is include not only physical but also social, political, economic, cultural. Okay, it's like geography. Physical we just mentioned is like temperature, uh, rain, That is also about the social. Yes, that when we discuss about the geography of one location, we must examine all of these aspects. You have the physical, social, cultural, political, environmental, and some other thing, but mostly these things. So that's why when we say about the geographic changes, we can see the physical changes, social change, cultural change, political change, and environmental change as well. That you can see these changes make the changes of the global economy. Yes, for example, about the physical, we can see now the people consider more about the climate change, yeah? The temperature change, the, the rainy change, yeah, changes, mountain change as well. Yes, we will discuss a bit later that you can see mountain cannot move, right? But it's have some changes. The river some changes as well. That is the physical. You can see the changes of physical aspect. Social change, yes, very clear that you see like Vietnam. Yeah, in the past, Vietnam has more with traditional society, right? But now it's become more modern. Yes, cultural change, political change, environmental change as well. You see, it's like more pollution, something related to environment, or even when people exploit more natural resources from the earth surface, that's environmental change. That's what you can see when geographical change, all of these changes, all of these change, that's the world economy change as well. Yeah, so we will discuss in the following chapter. Then the course examine the geographic organizations of economic activity around the world at different geographical scale. Yeah, so we discussed about the geographic organization of economic activity. First, what is the organizations of economic activity? So organization is like the group of people, yes, work together. But this they work in economy. So this is like the enterprise, a firm, yes. But this firm, you see, links to geography, yes. So why the course emphasize on geography here? Of course, because our course is the world economy geography, but the geography here, it mentioned about the harmony, yeah, of a special location, because the harmony in the location, it have the special, yeah. You see, a special physical, special social, cultural, political, and environmental. That the good condition for cooperation. Yes, for example, okay, we mentioned about the Starbucks coffee. So Starbucks coffee, if you enjoy coffee products, you may know that the flavor of coffee is important, right? And depend of the flavor, the customer prefer the products or not. So the flavor of coffee is depends on the coffee bean and the types of coffee beans, right? And the flavor, the types of coffee bean with good flavor is depend on the location of the coffee tree. So farmers can bring the coffee seed, yeah, to grow somewhere. However, only the special geography can uh, can give the special flavor. For example, like Vietnam, you see the dominant of coffee trees is in highland area, Tây Nguyên, right? But nowadays, in recent years, because the coffee industry, the Vietnamese coffee industry is increasing. Therefore, it seems like, yeah, it seems like highland area have much expansion that farmers from other locations like in Bình Phước or Đồng Nai, yes, nowadays they develop some coffee areas. However, you see um, the flavors of coffee from highland area of course, yeah, quite different with the flavor in Bình Phước or Đồng Nai because the special geography. Yes, so as well, many countries can develop coffee tree, but just some geographic location can have the flavors, yeah, the special flavor of coffee. And Vietnam is a one of the special geography to have the good flavors of coffee beans. That you see, the Starbucks coffee understand well, yeah, about the geography of Vietnam to have the good coffee beans. That's why Vietnam is the geographic organization of economic activity, yet to cooperate with Starbucks coffee. So you see, that's why we have the geographic word in here. Yes, we will discuss more about this in the following chapter. And sorry, and the geographic organization will be um, operate in different geographical scale. Will be developed in different geographical scale. Like in this course, we will mention the scale in global, regional, and local scale. Okay, local scale. Local here refers to a nation. Regional here is about some nation. Yes, in groups. Yeah, nearby. For example, like Southeast Asia is a regional, and global is the whole world. Yes, local here. Yes, sometimes we mention it's like the city. Yeah, because you see in one nation, the big city is it's like the economic centers. Yeah, for a nation. Therefore, the local here we can discuss both national or some big city of the nation. Yes, and you see, this course we will discuss many aspects: the various dimension, and the varied ways of people earning, the various patterns of human activity, and to understand all these things, yeah, as well as the geographical changes how can we understand these things? That's why the course requires you the critical thinking skill. The critical thinking skill will help us to understand. Yeah, hopefully that can understand this discussion. And what is a critical thinking required in this course? Okay, in your program, yeah, I saw you may have some critical thinking courses you have to apply. But here, okay, I'll just say about what is a critical thinking skill required in this course. That you see, so what is a critical thinking? So critical thinking is awakening of the intellect of the study, intellect to study of itself. Thus, you can see the critical thinking support for your intelligence. Yes, and critical thinking is a rich concept that has been developing through, very long times. Okay, so, what is a critical thinking? That you see, Albert Einstein, yeah, said about the critical thinking. The important thing is to never stop questioning. Yeah, critical thinking is the desire to seek patience to doubt, boundness to meditate, slowness to assert, readiness to consider, carefulness to dispose and set in order, and hearted for every kind of imposture that you see in the short discussion, like Albert Einstein said. Yeah, the important thing is never stop questioning. That's that is like this process. Yeah? At the first time, when you face with the new issue, yeah, like a child, yeah? Like a child, when children face with the new issue, they always ask their parents, yeah, many questions until they understand about the issue. Yes, like, but you are now student. Yes, you can ask many questions and find the answer from, from many information from many sources. Yeah, you can ask uh, the experts or lecture or teacher. Yes, or the big expert is your library. So when you read many books and articles, newspapers from library, then you have more information. The more information you support for your intelligence. That you see after reading, gathering information, so you can understand where about the issue, and it makes yes, your brain brighter. But this information come from the previous researcher or experts. It's not yours, yeah. But after that, you can develop your own ideas. That we can see, like when people heard about the global issue, yeah, one global issue. So each people may explain in different way, and you can explain in your ways based on your information and your intelligence and your own ideas. Yes, so that is the process of critical thinking. However, your own idea must be based, yeah, on the exactly information. Yes, that's okay. So that is the critical thinking required in the course, and it's like if you understand well about the relationship between geography and global economy, then you can explain all these things. Yeah, so the expected outcome of this course, hopefully that after this course, you can explain and apply the key concepts and theoretical approaches in the world economic geography. Yes, so hopefully that you can links you can link between the geography with the global economic activity and to understand and to explain why and how they happen. Yes. And next, hopefully that you can discuss and critically evaluate the economic events, processes, and structures from the geographical points of view. This, yes, hopefully that through critical thinking, you can discuss and critically evaluate the economic event, uh, the economic processes and structure from the geographical points of view. That's it's like example I just mentioned before. Yeah, for the coastal area of Vietnam. Okay, depend on the geographical knowledge of each people. They may say or they may decide that location is a for tourism or that location is a uh, for logistic or for industry. It depends on the knowledge of geography, their knowledge of geography. Yes. So that is the critical evaluate about the economic events and the process. What should be involved, yeah, in economic activity based on geography. Okay, for example, with coffee industry, we just mentioned before. So if we know that, if we understand that the special land and the special nature support well for coffee beans, special in highland area, yes, in other province cannot support well for good flavor like Dong Nai or Mekong Delta. So farmer should think about that to develop coffee tree, yeah, in Mekong Delta, or should develop paddy field or tropical fruit instead of coffee tree. It depends on their geographical knowledge. Yes, that is the critical thinking evaluation of economic events. Yes. And next, hopefully that you can explain the economic geography in analyzing the ways of social, political, cultural, and environmental dimension. This we already discussed in here. Yeah, when we mention about geography, we have to explain or analyze all of these aspects that help us to understand well about the geography of a location. Yes, for example, like when we mentioned about the geography of Ho Chi Minh City, when you search, yeah, the geography of Ho Chi Minh City on internet, you may see that the expert explain about geography. It's not only about the temperature of Ho Chi Minh City, the climate, the weather of Ho Chi Minh City, but they also mentioned about the people in Ho Chi Minh City, yeah, population in Ho Chi Minh City, government in Ho Chi Minh City, economic activity, social aspects, cultural, everything. That means the geography of one location is about everything inside a location. That is the geography of the location. So then when we mentioned about the economic activity of one location, yes, we must understand about the geography. Then we can understand about the economic activity, as well as we may choose the, the good economic activity based on geography. Yes, and then we can understand why, yeah, people in that location choose that economic activity for their earning. Yeah, in their experience, yeah, for a long time living in the location, they may know well about the geography. Then they may choose the good option, yeah, for their earning. As well, as well, based on geography knowledge, you may understand why social, cultural, political, and environmental dimension happened in that location. For example, to understand why Ho Chi Minh City, why government policy in Ho Chi Minh City is different with Hanoi government policy. Yes, it's based on, yes, something related to geography. Yes. Okay. Okay, we will discuss more in chapters, and hopefully that you can understand the differentiate relationship of economic interdependence of the states. Um, Understanding the differentiate relationship of economic interdependence of the state. Yes, this we mentioned about the state. The state here, we refers to the government of a nation. Yeah, the state here is the government of the nation, and understand the relationship of economic interdependence of the state. Oh yeah, here we will mention more about the role of government of a nation. Yeah, pushing the national economy as well as involving in global economy. Yeah, it depends on their thinking. It depends on their knowledge. Their strategy may be more or less, yes, support for the national economy and support for the national economy involving into global economy. Yeah. For example, like you mentioned about North Korea government, yes, based on their strategy, they uh, North Korea government restricts many policy, yeah, for corporation. So it's depend on their strategy, and hopefully that you can understand the role of transnational cooperation and the regional economic blocks. Yes, this is also important. Uh, if our business or your business is involved into global economy, then understand about the role of transnational cooperation and the regional economic blocks is important. So what is a transnational cooperation? TNC. Yes. Transnational cooperation is a types of cooperation. Corporations has two types, and transnational cooperation is one types of cooperation. Okay, we will discuss later why we just focus about transnational cooperation, but not other. However, the transnational cooperation is an important have important role in global economy. Okay, we will discuss a bit later. Then you can see more about that. And yes, because yeah, uh, corporations is a very big companies. Yes, and these companies tends to invest in many countries. That you can see their role in developed the global economy. Because when they invest in other country, they support for those nations, yeah, those countries develop as well, especially for poor and developing country. Because you know that poor country really want to attract the global firm, yeah, for their national economy. Therefore, when global firm, yeah, the transnational corporation invest in those nations, they can support for those countries develop their national economy. That is the role of transnational corporation in global economy. However, yes, however, uh, we must understand about transnational corporation because, uh, of course, when they invest in one location, it they must earn the profit. Yes, then we if the host country understand well, you see, understand well about the role of transnational corporation, then they may have good cooperation or they may lose something. The host country may lose something because the role of transnational cooperation. So that's why this goes say about hopefully that you can understand about the role of transnational cooperation. Yes, that's important. Okay, we will discuss in chapter number 2 and number 3 about this. And the regional economic blocks, that's yes, to understand this, we can see the relationship of nation in groups. Yeah, economic blocks is like economic groups that in one group, some nation work or cooperate together, and they don't want or they yes they don't want to cooperate with other nation outside the blocks. Yes, so the blocks we can see is like socialist system, capitalist system is like economic blocks, yeah. But the world have many other economic blocks, so we will discuss more later. Yes, so you see, hopefully that after the course, you can explain and understand all these things that as well that you can apply the geography, geographical aspects in economic activity. Yes, it's like Starbucks coffee, and it may support more for uh, the economic activity in the future. Okay, so about the structure of the course, the the outline of the course, you see, we will discuss on these things. This table show you about 3 columns and 3 rows. Yes, and the last 2 columns is divided depend on the textbook. That this will help you to find easily chapters in your textbook because as I said before, yeah, I select some chapters in each book, and this is the chapters, yeah, of this book, and this is the chapter of this book. But you don't need to think about this just because I already select and collect, yeah, into one part and one part for each book, and it's already combined into one textbook. Just for you to understand what chapter from what book. That that's all. Yes, and each chapter discuss some aspect, and the aspects may fall into different discussions. So that's why I divide into 3 sections that you can understand more about chapter discuss about what thing. So the first chapter is mainly about the basic concept of geography and economic geography. That falls in the first section of conceptual foundation. Second section, that is the important section of this course. We spend more time, to discuss in this section, especially chapter number 4. Chapter number 4, the commodity chains is important. Technology is important. Chapter number 6 and chapter number 5, the service going global is important. Because when you understand well about chapter number 4, number 5, and number 6, we can understand about the nature of global economy. However, to understand about chapter number 4, number 5, and number 6, we will discuss more about chapter number 2, number 3. Then we can understand the following chapter. Okay. In section number 3 is about the actors in economic space. So actors mean people, people or organization. That is the actors in economic space. So we have 4 important actors that falls in chapter number 7, number 8, 9, and 10 in the books of economic geography. That we can see 4 actors are the states, it's been the national government, and the next is the transnational corporation. Third is the labor, and last is consumption. It's been consumer. That you see, chapter number 8, we discussed about the transnational corporation that I just mentioned before. We must understand about the transnational corporation. And okay, normally when we mention about economy, we normally mention about the company. The companies mean the transnational corporation, and then we mention about labor. That we can see labor is important, right? Transnational corporation is a company. That's the company who produce a product, right? But to produce a product, company needs labor. Without labor, company cannot produce a product. So that's why transnational company is important. Labor is important. Consumer is also important because when company produce a product, they have to sell the product. But without consumer, the company cannot sell the products. That's why company, labor, consumer are important. But our course is mentioned about the global economy. We mentioned about the cooperation amongst nations. Then we can see the role of government is also important. Why? Because government, the government is a person who keep the nation gate, right? If they close the gate, no cooperation. But if they open the gate, their cooperation. Thus, government is important. And you see, we have 4 important actors here. We have another actor, is an international organization. Is important as well, to manage, to control the global economy. But the members of these organizations, it come from the states, right? It come from some governments of some nation. That you can see the close relationship between the state and international organization. Okay, however, we have no time enough to discuss on this chapter, especially we have no time to discuss the chapter. Therefore, you are required to read at home. But if we have time, we will discuss some of these chapter. But if we have no time, it's okay. You know why? Because in second section, we when we discuss about the economic activity, we always mention government include. We always discuss about transnational corporation. We also have labor involved, yes, and consumer. Because this session we discuss about the economic activity. Therefore, these actors is always involved in this economic activity. That's why we if we have no time to discuss this chapter, we can understand. Okay, so we can understand their roles, yeah, in global economy through these chapters. Yes. So our course, we will focus in the first section and the second section about your duty, your mission, and saving score. Yes, attendance is required. Attendance is required, 80%, and you have three columns of saving score. The first is the midterm exam. The second is the final exam. Midterm exam with 30%, final exam with 40%. That total is 70%. Okay, but you have one more is a group presentation. So you may know from your previous colleague, yeah, when they took this course. Okay, though you have more mission to do, but you have more opportunity to save your score because in midterm and final exam, during the exam you may lose some point. You may lose some points. Then the group presentation will support for your saving. And because with seminar you work in groups and you have more time to prepare your presentation. That it depends on your ideas, your intelligence. It depends on your idea, your critical thinking. It's not intelligent because okay, the student, all of your intelligence. That, but based on your critical thinking and your information from from many sources, you can prepare your presentation in by your own ways. That you, the more you share the interesting information, that you can save total 30% of the score. Yes. So with this mission, you save 100% of your score. Okay, you have another opportunity, the extra point for discussion in class. Okay, so for every chapter when we discuss in class, I normally raise some question and look for your cooperation, your ideas. And when you share your idea, your critical thinking, you get the plus, and the plus will support for your extra point. For example, with these three mission, yes, in total you save 70 points, for example. But if you have cooperation in class, you have some pluses, then you may have some extra point. But it's not mean that, yes, it's not mean that 1 plus equal 1 point. No. The maximum for extra plus is about 5 point. Yes, 5 point. Um, but the pluses maybe okay. I changed the policy that if your plus uh, collect before midterm, sorry, yes, before midterm, then your plus will be included in this. For example, your midterm exam is a 70. If you have pluses before midterm, I will include in your 70, maybe 75 or something. Yes. And after final, after midterm, if you have pluses after midterm, then I will include in your final. Because some of you, yeah, in the previous semester, some of you have many pluses, but I set the policy to add only in final exam. For example, someone in the midterm only have 80, but final he or she have 100, then they have no opportunity to include the pluses. Therefore, I change the policy. If you have pluses before midterm, I will include in your midterm exam. If you have plus after midterm, I will include in your final. Therefore, please share more your ideas, your critical thinking in class to have the extra point. And to do that, please read your textbooks before class, then you have more information. Yes, you have critical thinking to share your ideas in class, then you have the extra point. Okay. Okay. To understand. Okay. So with group presentation, if you have if you already have groups, that you can start it from now to develop the ideas, the topic, and you can prepare your presentation from now. That's you can prepare good your presentation for your 30% of score. So that's why to have your ideas for your presentation. Okay, because your topic must be related to the chapters of this course. Therefore, I would like to introduce the general information of each chapter that may provide you some interesting idea for your topics. Okay, but now that it's 9:20, I think we should have a break. And during the breaks, you can ask for group members. Yeah, you can ask your colleague to join in group. I don't know how many members in this class. Then the maximum of members of each group. Okay, so now today we have 95. Yeah, except me. Except me is 95. So I think the maximum members of each group is about, okay, I think 8 to 9 or 9 to 10. Yeah, it's been from 8 to 10. At least we have 12 topics. Yeah, we have 12 groups for 12 topics. That because you see we have many dimensions discussed in this course. Therefore, we need more topics. Yeah, sharing, and we can learn more from your topics. But your topic must be support for the lecture of each chapter. That It's like you provide more cases, yeah, to understand about the chapter. That's where the maximum members of each group is about 8 to 10. Then you can, during the break, you can ask your colleague join in groups. And when you have group, please vote, please vote your leaders. And you can start it from now, develop the topic, the structure, the outline for your presentation. Okay, I think we should have a break until 9:35. Yes, 10 minutes. Okay, a bit before break, I would like to say more a bit with the deadline, yeah, for your submission. This file I already upload in your Blackboard that you can read more in your Blackboard. Yes, okay. So you can find your group members from now. Then you have to submit your group members. The deadline is 3 weeks before the first 3 weeks. This means this time is the first week, and you have 2 more weeks to fix your group members. Then your leaders, yeah, representative to contact with the course TA, yes, to submit your group members. And the topic submission is a before midterm, 1 week before midterm you have to submit, because after midterm you have to present. Then at least before midterm you have topics. But if you have topics from now, you have more time to prepare your presentation. Okay, so should we have the break? I received one question from the chat box. What are the differences between the course and the macroeconomic? Okay, yes, thank you for your question. Uh, that's I will answer your question in chapter number 1. Yes, as I said before. Okay, yes. As I said before that yes, I said before in chapter number after in the end of chapter number 1, I will um, show you the differentiation between the world economy and the world economic geography. So it's related to your question. Yeah, what is the differentiation between the cost and the macroeconomic? That's we will mention in here in the end of chapter number 1. Yes, I will discuss with you a bit later when we come to chapter number 1, right? Thank you for your question, and please remind me, yeah, when we discuss in chapter number 1. Thank you. So should we have the break? So, should we continue? Okay, so yes, as I said, if you have group from now, so you can develop your idea, your topic together from now that you have good, hopefully that you have good presentation. So, okay, I already upload these two files, yeah, the syllabus and the seminar preparation on your Blackboard. So please download it and read more for more information. Especially in this file, you see I provide. Okay, this is from 9 to 10, and the structure of your presentation. You see when you choose your topics. So your topics is like a special case to to explain more about the chapter, and uh, so the topic is about the case, right? The second slide must be your group members and include ID. And please note that the presentation file when you submit for your score must have your group members. For sure that all members have name and ID. For sure that each of you have score. That each of you must manage your name in the submission file. Yes, I will follow the name on the file for your score. Yes, and then the first part of your presentation must be the general information about the topic. Then focus on the case study. Yeah, you have to explain why you choose the topics and what information you want to share to discuss about the topic. That's you have to provide more information like statistic data, charts, figures, and images. Yeah, all information that can support us to understand about your topic. And especially after after this section, you must have a lesson learned for Vietnam. Why? Because our course is about the world economic geography, right? The course of economic geography, we learn how one nation develop well their national economy and how they evolve into global economy. That when you share your case study, you want to share the successful story from your case, that Vietnam can learn something for our future development. That's why I require each of your presentation must have the lesson learned for Vietnam. Okay, if you lost this section, you lose some score. That is required because your case is not just share information. Your case must extract the lesson for Vietnam. Yes, so I will introduce the general information of each chapter and suggest some of your topics suggestion as well as some related to lesson learned from Vietnam that you understand about your structure. Yes. Okay. I will start it with the first chapter. The first chapter is about the conceptual foundation. In this chapter, yes, we will focus about to understand about the relationship between geography and the economy. The economy here, we will mention about the economy of a nation and the involvement of a nation into global economy. Yes, we will discuss this thing in this chapter, and we focus about the geography, the geographical characteristic of one nation, support for that nation to develop the economy. For example, like Vietnam. Yes, we know that Vietnam have a special geography. The shape of Vietnam is a long and narrow, right? Then Vietnam have many beautiful landscapes from the north to the south, as well as we have the different typology. We have different typology in the north of Vietnam. We have many mountains. In the south, so in the middle, yeah, in the middle, though it's narrow, but the landscape in the middle of Vietnam is also beautiful, and there are many special resources. And in the south of Vietnam, we have more river. That you see, we have more landscape, and these landscapes support for Vietnam to have the various economic activity, right? Like in the north of Vietnam, more mountains, so more mineral that we can develop more industry, and some places with beautiful landscape we can develop with tourism like Sapa, yeah, um, and in the north they also have deltas along the coastal. That's support for agriculture. You see various landscape. In the south of Vietnam, we have more river, that more fresh water support very well for agriculture. That's why in Mekong Delta we have very large paddy field and yeah, tropical fruits and many other agricultural products. Vietnam have very long coastal area that you see. With the very long coastal area, we can develop many sea economies. Yeah, the first basic sea economy is a catching, yeah, fishing, catching, oil, yeah, oil extraction as well, and then what? Agriculture and logistic, shipping. That you see the special geography of a nation, support for economy. In this chapter, we focus about this, and we try to understand how one nation exploit its geography for its economy. That's we will focus in this. Okay, um, it seemed like if a nation have more geography, so they can exploit, they can develop well economy, right? And the nation with less geography, they cannot, or they have limitation, yeah, to develop the economy. with with this stream we can understand like this, right? However, we can see, okay, I suggest some topics for in this chapter. We can see like there are many successful story of nation based on geography. They develop well their economy, like the US, the UK, Japan, Singapore, Korea, South Korea, Israel, China, India, and many others. If you interested in one of these nations, and if you choose one of these nations is like your topic, you can choose another. You can choose another nation. That is just suggestion. Yes, you should not follow strictly my suggestion because this is just for your ideas. You can develop your own idea. Choose another country. Choose another idea for your own presentation. Uh, so just just example. If you're interested about Singapore's successful economy, if you choose this is for your topic, Then you have to explain what is the Singapore geography support for Singapore economy to be successful story. So if you're interested with South Korea, you may interesting with Taiwan or Zimbabwe. You may interesting with Russia or Brazil. It depends on your ideas. Yeah. For example, if you interesting with successful story from South Korea, then you have to explain what is the physical, political, social, cultural, human characteristic of South Korea that support for this nation to be successful economy. Yes, then you have to explain because the people in Korea with this condition, with this characteristic, that they can support well for their development something. That is the stream of your explanation. And after explain the successful story from South Korea, you may extract something for lesson learned from Vietnam. For example, like yes, because of the people thinking based on labor skill, good knowledge. With this good knowledge that support for South Korea develop this economy, for example, then Vietnam can learn this thing to develop for Vietnam economy in the future. That is the stream you have to share in your presentation, right? Based from your case study, you extract the lesson learned for Vietnam. Not only successful story, yeah, but also unsuccessful story or something wrong from some nation. Yes, maybe India or some country with a weak, for example, like Somalia, Jordan, Zimbabwe, in the opposite way, that based on their geography that cannot support well for them to develop their economy. Okay, and then lesson learned from Vietnam. One of the group members in the previous okay, not previous, some semester before, one group choose Zimbabwe for their topic. It was very interesting when they analyzed the geography of Zimbabwe. That's why Zimbabwe cannot develop well. The economy is really interesting. Okay, it depends on you can choose other country. Yeah, it's up to you. But the stream is from successful story or from unsuccessful story, what Vietnam can learn from the story. Yes. We can, as we discussed before, like the country with good geography can support well for good economy, and weak geography cannot support well for economy. But in some cases, we can see something different, right? Like the country with very small geography, like Singapore. You know, the total area of Singapore is only equal the total area of Ho Chi Minh City. But if we compare the economy of Singapore and economy of Vietnam, it's quite different. Why Vietnam have more geography, more beautiful landscape, but we cannot successful as Singapore economy. So what is the special geography of Singapore? And please note that the geography of Singapore not only about the total area, not only about the location, but also the government, people, society, culture, and yes, many others things. Why Singapore can develop good strategy to be successful. As well, Japan, you see, it's also the small nation. And in 1960, Japan announced to the world that Japan had no natural resources for development. But why nowadays Japan is one of the strongest economy to the world? What is the special geography of Japan? As well, South Korea is an emerging economy now in recent decades. Very fast, right? South Korea is come from the very poor country, but now it's become the stronger and maybe stronger in the future. What is the geography of South Korea? What is the political of South Korea, social, cultural? That support for South Korea from the poor country to be the richer country. Vietnam, in the past, compared to Japan, Singapore, South Korea, Vietnam had stronger economy, but now Vietnam is weaker. You can make the comparison between one country and Vietnam. You can choose your topics like comparison between two nations, or you can compare with Vietnam. If your topics have comparison with Vietnam, then easily for you to find the lesson learned for Vietnam. That's very interesting for your presentation. Okay, just suggestion, yes, please note, you can find your own thinking, your own ideas. So about the second chapter, the second chapter is about the change in the world economy. The change in world economy, we will discuss about what thing that make the world changes. Of course, our course is about the world economic geography. Then we will discuss more about the geography that make the world changes. And geography is include physical, all these things. Yes, please remember, when we discuss about geography, we discuss about all these things. Then in chapter number 2, when we discuss about what is the changes of geography influence on the changes of the global economy. You see, we analyze what is the cultural change, social change, political change, economic changes that make the global change. And we have to find the key factors or the key actors that push the changes of the global economy. There are many, yes, but we have no time much to explain all. We will focus on some important aspects, factors, or actors. That's one of important factor that impact the changes of the global economy is technology. And one of important actors who make the changes of the world is transnational. Okay, I will say. This is the economic organization firm. Here is the transnational. Yes, and other factor is technology. And many others, but transnational cooperation and technology are important to push the changes of the global economy. For example, you see about technology, you see now every economic activity requires the new technology. Without technology, the company cannot produce good products, right? And as well, technology now is a change time by time, very fast. For example, you see like smartphone, yes? The first smartphone is an iPhone 4. Just few months ago, few months later, iPhone 5 created. And short time later, iPhone 6 created. Until now is an iPhone 11. You see, technology changes very fast. So you can see technology in every economic activity is change as well. Even in agriculture, you see, there are many new technology support for agriculture. And farmers with technology can produce good products with higher quality. That you see, technology is important to make the global economy change. It also means that companies or farmers who do not apply new technology, they cannot follow the changes. You see, this is important. And economic organization, the actor, as mentioned before, is a transnational corporation. Is important because transnational corporation is a very big company. They have a lot of money, right? And they want to invest in what country they want. And when they invest in what country, they support for that or those nation more developed. That's why every nation would like to invite these transnational corporations to invest in their nation. However, of course, as I said before, whenever transnational corporation invest in what location, they must have profit and depend more or less profit. They may choose what nation they invest. Yeah, so that's why we have to understand about the role of these companies. Then we have good cooperation with them, or we may lose something. That's we will discuss in this chapter. However, we mentioned in here the changes of the world is based on the transnational cooperation. For example, if I choose, my topic is Samsung, and I would like to make the relationship of Samsung is the global firm, yes. When Samsung invests in what country, what thing Samsung brings, Samsung brings to that host country, the good thing or the bad thing, good things and bad things. And what is the changes Samsung bring to that country? For example, like Vietnam, Samsung invests in Vietnam. The good thing and the bad thing as well, we have to explain in what else? Geography, physical, social, cultural, political, environmental as well. That's the thing. The transnational corporation make change in the host country. For example, like my topic is about Samsung invest in Vietnam and make changes in Vietnam about physical, social, cultural, political, and environmental. For example. For example, like Samsung would like to produce smartphone in Vietnam, and they established the Samsung company in Vietnam. Samsung employ Vietnamese labor. Samsung cooperate with Vietnamese companies, right, to produce smartphone. Of course, Samsung have to bring new technology. Samsung have to bring its technology to Vietnam. Before, Vietnamese company doesn't know about smartphone technology. Before, Vietnamese labor doesn't know how to use the smartphone technology to produce the products. And when Samsung brings new technology, Samsung makes changes in technology in Vietnam, right? That Vietnamese company learn about new technology. Vietnamese labor change their skill, their knowledge, improve their knowledge, their skill to use new technology. That's the changes in technology. Uh, in social, like you see, there's Korea experts working in Vietnam. They may make some changes. They bring their social style, yeah, their lifestyle in Vietnam, and they influence some on Vietnamese labor. About culture, for example, you see, mostly people, Vietnamese people working in Korea company, they have some influence on Korea society, social aspect. Yeah, for example, like they prefer kimbap, they prefer kimchi, or some of Korea culture. Yes, as well, Vietnamese labor who work in Japanese company, they prefer sushi. Yeah, they like kimono, for example. Yes, so they have some influence on the the global firm, the companies. That's you see make changes as well. Vietnamese labor who work with U.S. company or European company, they have some influence on Western style. That's you see make changes about political. For example, like Samsung, just example, right? So Samsung invest in Vietnam, and Samsung would like to cooperate more with Vietnam. However, Vietnamese labor lack of skill, Vietnamese company lack of technology, so they cannot cooperate with Samsung company. Therefore, Samsung company asked the government, Vietnamese government, to support for Vietnamese labor, for some training, for some education. Vietnamese government must support for Vietnamese company to invest or to adapt new technology, for example. That's political. Government have to change or to create new policy to support for Samsung, because Vietnam government would like to invite Samsung company, yeah, invest in Vietnam to support for Vietnam economy. You see political change. Environment, I don't know, but in some case, yeah, some cases you can see some international company invest in host country like Vietnam, for example, like Vedan in the past, yeah, invest in Vietnam and make some environmental change. That they it relieves pollution and make the environmental change in Vietnam. That you see in chapter number 2. If you're interested in the changes of the firm, yeah, to the host country, you can explain in this way. So about what is the lesson learned for Vietnam? Okay, lesson learned for Vietnam in case of Samsung, for example, like based on this, we can see in case that Samsung asked Vietnam government to support for labor, but Vietnam government cannot. That's why Vietnamese labor cannot work well with Samsung company. For example, I just suppose, yeah, it's not true. Then lesson learned for Vietnam. Vietnamese government must do something support for Vietnamese labor and support more for the cooperation with Samsung, for example. That is the lesson learned from Vietnam. It depends on your case study. You can extract the lesson from Vietnam. Yes. So this is the stream of the topics in chapter number 2. There's one more section in this chapter is about the changes of the group based on the spatial divisions of labor. So the first stream that the international corporation come to invest in other country. In another case, international corporation employ or import labor from other country to work in their home country. For example, you see, like Vietnamese labor go to Japan, go to China, and many other countries to work in those countries. That is the spatial divisions of labor. And this stream can make some changes of the global economy. That you see, the same like Korea experts working in Vietnam, and they influence on Vietnamese culture, like kimbap, kimchi, for example, right? And when Vietnamese labor working in Japan, they also bring Vietnamese culture, Vietnamese social aspect, and influence on Japan. The same may bring the bad thing or good thing. Yeah, good thing and bad thing as well. If Vietnamese labor do something wrong in another country, it can make some problem of relationship between Vietnam and Japan, right? And then lesson learned from Vietnam. Vietnamese labor when working with other country, in other country, especially in Japan, Vietnamese labor should not do something. For example, this is a lesson learned for Vietnam. As well, can have some lesson learned for Vietnamese Vietnamese government must have some policy to manage Vietnamese labor who working in other nations. For example, that is a lesson learned from Vietnam, right? Yes, some topics for this chapter is like that. You may interested in one company, one corporation, invest in what country, or okay, we may analyze a firm makes changes in one country. It's like local level, one country, only one country. This is the local level, right? And if Samsung, for example, not only invest Vietnam but also in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Indonesia, this is a Southeast Asia. That's Samsung makes changes in regional scale. If Samsung, yes, so I may choose another company like Apple or Coca-Cola, invest in many countries around the world, in every continent that Coca-Cola makes changes in global scale. Yes. So this is the chapter number 2. How about chapter number 3? Number 3 is the patterns of development and change. So we already discussed about what is a patent, right? So the patents in this chapter is not about the patents in rural and urban area, but we apply in one nation that we can see countries in the world has patents as well. When the world classify country into developed country, developing countries, and less developed country, that is a patent. That is a patents in income, right? When country with less income, they are in group of less developed country. if country have very high income, they are in group of developed country. That is a patent. Another patent we can see based on economic activity. The same like rural area, you see, there are many activity, but agriculture is a dominant as well in nation. For example, like Vietnam, or for example, like uh, Slovakia or Zimbabwe, for example, like Vietnam. Yes. Vietnam have many economic activity, right? We have industrial, we have services, we have agriculture, we have many economic activity, but agriculture is a dominant. So the patents of Vietnam is agriculture. For example, that you see, this is the patents of development and change. And we can see based on this activity, the world classify countries in agriculture countries or industrial countries or services countries. That is a patent. Even in industry, you see, also have some sub-patents. For example, like advanced industry or industrialized country. That is a patent. The industry in different level, right? Advanced industry and maybe low level industry. That is a patent. And in here we we mentioned about the patents in income inequality. Based on income inequality, we can see the patents. Poor country, middle income country, high income country. And here we, if you choose the topic in this chapter, we do not mention about patents, but we mention about the outcome of patents. That is the outcome of income inequality. So the question is, when countries are in poor country or rich countries, what is the outcome of this income inequality? The rich country, that's the country have a lot of money. The poor country, that's the country with very few money. And like all of us, yeah, when we are poor, we always dream to be the richer. We always want to be the richer. We always want to have more money, to get more job, to have good economy as well. Poor country really want to be better. They want to develop with better economy, but they lack of money. What should they do? Thus, they have to borrow the money from the rich country, right? Because the rich country have a lot of money. And of course, the rich country, like every rich people, right? They always use their money in the good way. Even they are rich, yes, they always invest. And when the rich country give loans to the poor country, they also have some profit. But the interest rate is small. That can support for poor country, yeah, to develop better. That's the relationship between income inequality between the poor and the rich country. But what happened with this relationship? However, you see, most of the poor country, when borrow the money from the rich country, they cannot, or they very difficult to return money back to the rich country. That's the problem. Thus, we mentioned about the outcome of the patents. If you're interested in this chapter, you can choose this case. Okay, it's like one country with borrow money from what country and they cannot return money. So what happened? What happened? Normally, the poor country, when they cannot return the money to the rich country, what should they do? Because they cannot return. So they think that they may borrow again, and with this time they will do better, then they can return. But they cannot return again and again. So the debt is bigger and bigger until they fall into the debt trap. You know, trap? Trap means stick in the case and cannot get out, move out. So what happens when the debt country cannot return to the donate country? What the donate country do? What the debt country do? It depends on each country, depend on the case. For example, like Vietnam is also the debt country, Sri Lanka, debt country, many other countries, poor country like Zimbabwe, debt country, but every debt are different. Yeah. The debt in Vietnam different with the debt in Sri Lanka, and the solution is also different. So if you're interested in what country, you may have a different story. Why Vietnam cannot return debt? Because of these things, and then lesson learned for Vietnam. Yes. Okay, so if you choose this topic, in chapter number 4. Chapter number 4 is about commodity chain. Okay, so this is important chapter, I said before. Commodity chain is a supply chain. This we can see is like the process to produce a product, right? The process to produce a product, at least we can see 3 sections. The first section is an input factor together to produce a product in the process. The process section that combine the input material together in the process, then to finish the product. That is the third section, output, yeah, to produce the finished section. That is a supply chain. Commodity chain means the finished products must deliver or must be sold at the markets. That is commodity chain. This is the commodity chain in basic. But this we mentioned about the global commodity chain. Global commodity chain. This is like you see, the first section is the input material, then producing products and deliver products to the market. That is the global commodity chain. Yes, but this we mentioned about how many countries involved into the chain and what countries involved into what section. That we can explain about the level of that country economy. For example, you see like in this commodity chain, yes, this is the ice cream, yeah, produced in New Zealand and then export that be sold in Japan. So New Zealand will cooperate with Malaysia and Australia and many other countries, but this very simple for us, easy to understand, right? New Zealand cooperate with Malaysia to produce this kind of sheet. New Zealand cooperate with Australia to produce this kind of products like sugar. Maybe not New Zealand cooperate with other country with some special material like I don't know, some extract material. And all of these components, yeah, you import to New Zealand in producing products, and then export to Japan. That we can see what country involved into this chain. Like, for example, if you analyze the cooperation of Malaysia in this chain, like Malaysia involved in growing or planting this kind of tree, yes, to produce this kind of shit. So this is like Malaysia involved in agriculture section, right? Australia involved in like processing industry, something like that. And maybe some country between this, that New Zealand. New Zealand is involved in producing products as well as do some services to deliver the products to Japan. Thus, we will examine what country is involved into what section, and we can see the level of the economy of each country in commodity chain. For example, like this as well. Okay, this is 10:30. It's time's up. So I would like to finish this chapter. Then we continue next time. Yes. So hopefully that until this, you have some ideas for your topic. Okay, so this is a commodity chain in another commodity chain, like Vietnam cooperate with other countries, yeah, then produce these products and sell at Australia. The same. We examine what country involved in what section. In this commodity chain, we can see Malaysia also as well, yeah, involved into cutting wood for the products. Japan and Australia involved into something like advanced industry, something like that. You have to explain what country involved in what section. Then we can see how much profit each country receive from this chain. That's important thing you have to focus on. As well, the commodity chain of iPhone. You see how many countries involved in this chain and what country involved in what section. For example, like South Korea, France, German, Japan involved in this chain in advanced industry. China, Indonesia, for example, like Vietnam is involved in maybe Vietnam involved in very simple section, for example. That we can see the level of economy of each country. And what is the lesson for Vietnam? Okay, if Vietnam involved into very simple section, that we can see the level of Vietnam economy is very low. So lesson for Vietnam in this, for example, like Vietnam should improve the labor skill, technology, then we can involve into the higher level of section, for example, that we can learn from the community chain. Okay, the topics in this chapter, there are many topics you can choose for this chapter because every product, each product has its own commodity chain. For example, iPhone 6 has iPhone 6 commodity chain. iPhone 11 has iPhone 11 commodity chain. Okay, like in, for example, in Vinamilk, for example, yeah, Vinamilk have many products. Milk products is milk commodity chain. Candy products is a candy commodity chain. But you can, if you choose Vinamilk chocolate, you can find the exactly commodity chain of each product. So you can choose the topics of Vinamilk commodity chain in general. In general, okay. We don't care about how many products Vinamilk produce, but we care about how many partners of Vinamilk. Vinamilk import milk product from what country? Vinamilk import coal from what country? And from technology from what country? And what thing Vinamilk developed by itself? Something like that. This is a commodity chain of Vinamilk. You can apply as well with Starbucks commodity chain, Trung commodity chain, Nestle, Phúc Long commodity chain, Tâm Châu commodity chain, and many topics in this chapter. Yes, so I think we should stop here because time's up. We will continue with the following chapter in next week. But at least until now, yes, you have some ideas from the first chapter to the fourth chapter. Okay, some suggestions for your idea. If you have some question, please keep, and we will discuss next time. Okay, but after this, those time's up. But if you want to ask something, so we can discuss. Okay, for the lecture, we should stop here because time's up. Some of you may join into another class, but someone, if you have time and you want to discuss, so we can discuss. And thank you so much for all of your attendance today, and hope to see you all next time. Next time we will start with the first chapter, and you have time to, you have opportunity to have the discussion, to have the lesson for your school. Thank you. So any question, so please discuss. Yes, so if you have no questions, so thank you so much for all today, and see you next time. See you next time. Okay, thank you. See you next time. Thank you. See you next time. Yes, see you.